Hello. Your attention, please. Please start assembling. Take your seats. Do not sit on the white color marked chairs. Sit only on the black color chairs. Please help us to maintain COVID safety protocol, please. Requesting all those people having their lunch outside to come inside. We are starting the session next 5 minutes. प्रोटोकॉल ऐसा मत करो कोई प्रोटोकॉल है कोई प्रोटोकॉल चेयरमैन साहब Please take your seats, please. Take your seats, please. We'll be shortly starting. Please settle down. Hello.
country one. Okay. मजा नहीं आया. Okay. Now we'll have a teamwork. I'll say welcome to, and you will say. Okay. When I say this, you will say. Okay. Only when I lift my hand. Okay. Welcome to. Now the second time has to be louder than the first time. Welcome to. Welcome to. Good, good. Thank you for doing my job, as I have a bad throat. Thank you very much. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Let us start this most awaited convention with a silent prayer. May I request all of you to please rise? Thank you. Please remain standing for the milk pledge. We resolve to stand as one family, bound to each other, with love and respect, to serve as an army, courageous and disciplined, ever ready to fight against all low tendencies and false values, to live honestly, the noble life of sacrifice and service, producing more than what we consume, and giving more than what we take. We seek God's grace to keep us on the path of virtue, courage, and wisdom, to bless us with the ability to fulfill our responsibilities towards our society and our world. Please be seated. Moria. Okay. Once again, dear friends, good afternoon to one and all. Before I call our Secretary General to start the proceedings, as you all know, that these are the different times than the previous conventions, and hence we would like to announce some COVID protocols, and for that, I would like to call none other than Miltonian Dr. Ashok Khaute.
Good afternoon, friends. This is Miltonian Satyakam, I beg your pardon, Ashok Khaute. And the topic given to me for this TTC competition is CAB, COVID Appropriate Behavior. The very fact that presidents are kept over there, from that you know the importance of this, that I have been given this slot even before the Secretary General and others are made to sit over here. So friends, let me ask you, it is God who has given us this wonderful mentor, Aparesh. Am I right? Yes. And Aparesh has given us this wonderful forum known as MELT. Is it right? Yes. And it is MELT that has given us Harmony 2021. Would you agree? Yes. Right then, friends, then it is our duty to ensure that this convention of convention goes smoothly with COVID-appropriate behavior. I know all of you are absolutely tired. You're listening to the same thing, but I'm going to give you a new flavor. MILT, where M stands for? M stands for? Mask. I is my friend Venki of Goli Vada Pav cannot say hi. He says I. So I stands for hygiene. And do not hide. Do not hide. In case if you're feeling unwell, tell your president or come to me and we'll put you on the right tracks. L stands for love. Unconditional love. Without hugging, without kissing. And no lying about your reports also. And finally, T stands for Tika. T stands for testing. We have shown our negative reports, and that's how we have got entry into this wonderful auditorium, friends. And now, in case if anyone requires the third T is treatment, then you can come to me. Aparesh says, Ashok gives guarantee to kill or cure. So come at your own risk and peril, and I ensure I'll do my very best. Okay. With that, before I sign off, let me give one share. That is, कोई हाथ भी ना मिलाएगा, कोई हाथ भी ना मिलाएगा अगर गले मिलोगे तपाक से. Do not hug. अगर गले मिलोगे तपाक से, ये नए मिजाज का शहर है, यहाँ फासलों से मिला करो. So with those protocols in mind, friend, and understanding, though I have produced it in front of you with humor, don't take it lightly. Give it all the serious thought. That's why you must have seen I'm using this face shield and so many people laugh and mock. I don't care. I care for this convention. And I am sure all of you also care for this convention and you want it to go absolutely smoothly. So with that, I'm signing off, but not before reminding you, let's enjoy this festival of smile. Let's celebrate this carnival of delight. And let's wonderfully enjoy once again this fiesta of ecstasies, Harmony 2021, for which Mumbai chapter and especially the Harmony team deserves all the cheers. Let's cheer them up. Let's cheer them up. Let's cheer them up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashok. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without wasting much time, I am going to call a person. Now, this person is someone who is the most wise person in Mumbai chapter. In fact, there is one kahawat. You know, people say that ye baal dhoop mein safed nahi hua hai. And it's made on him. It's made on him. This man has got so much of experience. This man has got so much of wisdom. And he is a silent contributor. And it is my privilege to invite on the dais Secretary General of Harmony 21, Miltonian Chetan Bhatia.
Thank you, Uday, for the wonderful introduction. Good afternoon, friends. Friends, before I start, one announcement. Please keep your mobiles on silent mode. A request, okay, from the PDD team. So, friends, all set? Excited to experience harmony? Yes! The person who is going to take us through the afternoon and kickstart the event is a charming, beautiful girl. Okay, she studied fashion and fashion designing, and has been working for the last 15 years with fashion houses like Manish Malhotra. And currently, she is the head of design and product at Abu Jani and Sandeep Khosla, one of the biggest fashion houses in the country. Okay. She is also a etiquette trainer. She is happily married to Ritesh and has a wonderful daughter, Khaira. She loves music and travel. Besides, she is passionate about relationships, cultures, and much more. She did her MELT as in 2001, and she is my HR mate, the youngest person in our batch at that point of time. And she repeated it in 2019. Friends, please join your hands in welcoming on the dais the heartthrob of Miltonian Samina and Zahir Gabajiwala. Miltonian Fatima Gabajiwala.
What happened to Mill Style this morning, afternoon? Come on, guys, celebrate! Mumbai, I can't hear you, Mumbai! Where is Mumbai? Where is Pune? Come on, Pune! Where is Kolkata? Woo! Where is Bengaluru? Where is Chennai? And Middle East? Woo! Thank you, Chetan, for the lovely introduction. You are not just a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in one drop. We all aspire to live a wholesome life in happiness and harmony, isn't it? Yes, and that begins with oneness. The first step to internal oneness is being true to ourselves. My first job with Abu Jani and Sandeep Khosla was a high-stress work environment. Constant blame games, extremely demanding deadlines and working hours, and on top of it all, constant fear of being yelled at. It was so merciless, I would cry almost every day. I was very naive at that time, brought up in a protected environment, and now I was buckling under this emotional stress. One day, a friendly colleague of mine saw me like this and told me, Fatima, you've got to learn, yaar. You've got to be a bitch to get your place. I will never forget that line in my life. Everyone was doing just that, no matter what. And I did it too. But it just went on to make things much worse for me. And that is when I thought about this for a long time and rephrased that statement for myself. Fatima, you've got to learn. You've got to earn it by being who you are and create your own place. An aligned person whose outward personality is aligned with their true inner core has no friction. It's like a boat in a gentle stream, whereas constant non-alignment increases friction. It's like a boat in a wild sea, and you're trying to fight the tide to stay afloat. Like this, we will not be at peace. We will constantly be fighting wars within and not be one with ourselves. By this I mean, we have to be who we truly are, inside out, no matter what. No pretense, no masks, no hypocrisy. Just total self-acceptance. The second step to internal oneness is to understand that I am an original. But if you're at peace, you're living in the present. The time is now. I am now. I am not who I was yesterday or who I will be tomorrow. If I can't be joyful and satisfied now, I have lost this moment, which was a gift. I am not one with time and space. And believe me, friends, time is the greatest asset of which we do not know how much we have left. Two easy ways of living in the present is constant and conscious control of your thoughts. Throughout the day, keep popping the note to self. I am happy now. External action cannot disturb my internal peace. And the second is meditation, where I found great peace within. Once we start enjoying this oneness within ourselves, with complete alignment inside out, integrity, originality, and living in the present, we will start to appreciate the uniqueness of others too. And that's where we begin our spiritual journey towards oneness. When I am wholly one with myself, I will be one with others. And then we realize There is no other. And we begin this by dropping the ego. If we are all living in this egoistic bubble, hum hai, अरे तू जानता नहीं है मैं कौन हूँ, or even still, my designation, my success, my achievements, how will we be one? We are a support system. We are all responsible for each other. We are all functioning as one to make a whole. How can we have this ego? And the second is total acceptance. Once I have accepted myself as special, whole, and unique, I will accept you too as special, whole, and unique. I won't look for me in you. I look for you in you. You have your own uniqueness, your own part to play, and that makes us complete. Very beautifully explained by Swami Chinmayananda. Every part of our body is different, looks different, feels different, and has a different role to play. And yet, we do not differentiate between them because they're all different parts of one whole body. Exactly like that, in this world, there are different kind of people, different nationalities, cultures, religions, castes, categories, opinions, preferences, hair type, skin type, body type, dress type, profession, and yet, we are all one. We shouldn't be fighting each other because of our differences. We should be coming together, appreciating our oneness. Once we are one, wholly one with ourselves, our fellow humans, the animal kingdom, the greens of the land, and the life in the seas, we will be one with this universe. This universe is a humongous body, and we are all tiny, tiny parts playing our role in the existence of this universe. We are all just microscopic dots in this entire ethos. And the moment we realize this truth, our ego becomes invisible and our soul becomes invincible. So let's come together in this beautiful convention, Harmony 2021, an open platform for each of us to be who we truly are and yet be one. Thank you. Once more. Lovely. It's in my face. Okay, a little announcement before I proceed. If any child is crying during the course of the agenda or what was happening, kindly take them to the next room, which is on this side. Thank you. Friends, are we all charged? Yes. Have we had a good lunch? Yes. Are we sleepy? No. Great. Then let's begin. Friends, now it's time to call upon the dignitaries on the dais. Those Miltonians who have led by example and never back down. My first call goes to the president of the Bengaluru chapter, Miltonian Seema Kiran. Woo! Woo, 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 woo. Woo! My second call goes to the president of the Chennai chapter, Miltonian Chandrasekhar. And the next call goes to the president of the Kolkata chapter, Miltonian Kiran Ajmera. And my next call goes to the president of the Pune chapter, Miltonian Suraj Jagdale. And now representing the brand new chapter, Middle East, let's welcome Miltonian Ramesh Anantaraman. My next call goes to the president of the host Mumbai chapter, Miltonian Rajan Gaukar. And now let's put our hands together to welcome the chairperson of All India Milt Charitable Trust, Miltonian Grahadurai. Now, friends, let's give it up. A thunderous applause to our Milt accredited trainer, Miltonian Daniel Jacob. And now, friends, let's give it up to the man because of whom we are all here today. Let's give a thundering applause to our mentor, our guru, our guide, Aparesh Acharya. Daniel, we'll light the lamp first, then make him sit. Woo! Come on, friends! To the man himself! In our culture, we always start something new by lighting a lamp which signifies purity, goodness, good luck, and power. So I would like to call upon our very own Aparesh, accompanied by the dignitaries, to light the lamp so we may begin this beautiful convention, Harmony 2021. Sorry. Before we light the lamp, I'd also like to call upon, put your hands together for the Secretary General of Harmony 2021, Miltonian Chetan Bhatia. And with immense pleasure, I call upon the Chairman of Harmony 2021, Miltonian Uday Karelia. Now I'd like to call upon the dignitaries, along with Aparesh, to please light the lamp so we may begin with the convention. Gray. And now it's time to present the theme card of the day. I request our accredited trainer, Miltonian Daniel Jacob, to present the theme of the day. The theme cards are placed on your seats. Please, you can refer to them.
Well,
unity in diversity is a cliche. When understood in letter and spirit, it is certain to broaden the perception and enhance the overall quality of human experience. It requires intelligence to appreciate the diversity, but it is the wisdom that enables one to see unity in diversity. Wisdom not only knows, but it also understands. The distinction between knowing and understanding is what makes life interesting. Intelligence is an intellectual act of accumulation of knowledge. Wisdom is gained from the experiences of living. Wisdom is having the ability to understand and make good judgments based on the experiences. It is experiential living. The present state of the world, peace and pleasantness, or hatred and bitterness, is the resultant effect of cumulative human actions. As human beings, we are empowered to perform actions that can define or defy and determine the quality of humanity. Let us use our entitlement and our empowerment diligently. Lamps are different, but the light is the same. Let us recognize the light and experience the totality of oneness in the vastness of creation. Let us live in peace and pleasantness. Let us choose wisdom and live wisely. Let us first connect within to be connected without. Let us empower ourselves in this brief lifetime and inspire humanity to experience a harmonious life and live in the diversity of oneness. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. That's all? That's all the cheer for him? Very sad. Thank you. Now I'd like to call upon our dignitaries to give us their welcome address, not exceeding 90 seconds. The President of the Bengaluru chapter, Miltonian Seema Kiran.
Yeah. Good afternoon for all the dignitaries on the dais, and good afternoon, my dear Miltonian friends! Woo! A soothing music can create harmony in our mind, isn't it? Conducting our life in a balanced way is harmony. These 2 years, because of pandemic, it has created imbalance in our life. This convention, Harmony 21, is yet another opportunity for us to grow together and elevate our togetherness. I assure these 3 days will be remembered for our lives. When there is harmony in our mind, it creates happiness in us within ourselves. It creates enthusiasm within us. Melt as a family is given us such a harmony to our lives. It has given us opportunity to grow. It has made us to realize our true potential. We as Milt Bengaluru chapter are very eager to experience all these 3 days. We congratulate wholeheartedly the Team Harmony and all the Miltonians of Mumbai chapter for conducting this yet another Milt National Convention Harmony 21 even though it is in the pandemic time. Let us all reinforce MILT values in these 3 days and let us all grow together. Thank you.
Come on, Bengaluru! President of the Chennai chapter, Miltonian Chandrasekhar.
Namaste to all of you. Happy afternoon, my dear Miltonians. First and the foremost, I would like to thank the Almighty, which has provided this wonderful opportunity for me. I'm extremely blessed because I was made as a president 3 months back. Ideally, Durga Prasad's supposed to be here, but he handed over the baton to me. With that, I was having the blessedness of coming and standing in front of all of you, representing the dynamic Chennai chapter. When I looked at the screen, I saw oneness. We live in digital era. Computer digits 1 and 0 rule the world, isn't it? Yes. 1 is always nature. There is nothing which is bigger than the nature. We are zeros, the humans, because our wants never ends. It continues as a cycle. We live in rat race, and that's why we are zeros. Every time when a zero makes an attempt to precede nature, it loses its value, my friends. Only when you succeed nature as zero, your value multifolds. As Miltonians who believes in contributing to the betterment of this world, we will be succeeding nature together. Thank you so much.
Come on, Chennai! Woo! President of the Kolkata chapter, Miltonian Kiran Ajmera. Woo! Good afternoon! Good afternoon! How's the Josh? How's the Josh? How's the Josh? Yes, that's like true Miltonians. Practice karna padta hai na, we have forgotten. Isn't it? Yes, my friends. If we were asked that what is the single achievement as individuals, what would our answer be? Is it achieving our personal goals? Is it creating a family? Or is it something much larger, much bigger than our own imagination? Yes, my friends, we got to think about this. Today, we have met for harmony, but we should understand that the strongest power of humanity is understanding. Understanding not only ourselves, but also others. And this understanding is the main for harmony. If it hadn't been for understanding, we would not have the ability to empathize. We would not have the disposition for kindness, nor would we have done anything for others to make tomorrow better. Yes, my friends, each one of us is playing an integral part in different spheres of our life, be it our family, be it our friends, be it in our professional fields. And each one of us makes a difference to the society because we understand. To make tomorrow better, the key is understanding. And today, it is because of harmony that we have met here. And it trying times like this, where we are meeting, let us make our determination even more stronger and even inspire others so that they create a wave of harmony to make this world a better place to live in. Today, with this spirit in my heart and mind,
I take the opportunity to wish each and every participant of Harmony 21 all the very best. And to the organizers of Harmony, I would like to just say kudos. Thank you so much.
Let's call upon the president of the Pune chapter, Miltonian Suraj Jagdale. Woo!
Ram Ram Pauna! Namaskar! I welcome you all the delegates of Harmony 21 in this harmonious atmosphere from all the Pune chapter Miltonians. Are you all charged? Yes. No? No, I am not getting that chargedness. Are you all charged? Yes. Woo! So, my dear friends, we have experienced a perfect rhythm in 2019 at Chennai. It gave us a perfect atmosphere to sail through the turbulent times of last 2 years. Each one of you has emerged as a winner because of that rhythm set 2 years back. But remember, each convention gives another chance to regenerate ourselves and have a growth path in our life. Utilize this platform to the fullest. And I am sure each one is going to take from here a lot of things with us. Let us celebrate oneness today and let us go through the journey of joyfulness in the next 3 days so that each one will carry the experience of blissfulness and it will set a harmony throughout our life. And I'm sure that each one will take this harmony with them. I hereby would like to wish all the participants and who are competing here and who have came in this Harmony 21 and all the best wishes and congratulations to this Harmony 21 team who has made this possible for us. I would like to take this opportunity to thank each and everyone who has contributed in last 2 years in others' life. So let's achieve harmony in our life. Ready? Yeah. Woo!
From the Middle East chapter, I'd like to welcome Miltonian Ramesh Anantaraman. Woo!
Friends, good afternoon. From the newly formed Middle East chapter, I welcome you all to the Harmony 2021 conference. Yay! I'm from the youngest chapter in the Milt fraternity. I am possibly the youngest Miltonian amongst you all. I completed my peak performance workshop 4 months back. I completed my PPW2 2 weeks back. But what this experience gave me is I have not just become a Miltonian. I have been a lifelong Miltonian. That was how the entire Milt theme rhymed with my soul, not with my mind. It rhymed with my soul. And I can assure you, this is not going to be the only spark. I would like to first thank Miltonian Velu Arumugam, who is not here unfortunately, but who is here in spirit. I would like to thank our accredited trainer, Daniel Jacob, for getting this program into the Middle East. And first and foremost, last if not our mentor, Aparesh Acharya, for creating this fantastic forum and moment. Miltonian Arumugam, Velu Arumugam says, Milt is an armor for him.
armor which is going to help him wade through all challenges in life. And it was his vision to have the Middle East chapter. This is the first spark outside of India. But I can assure you, this is going to be hundreds and thousands of sparks going forward. Not because Operation needs it, not because Daniel Jacob needs it, because the world needs milk. And I can assure you, we will be having one convention soon outside of India. And I would like to encourage all the Miltonians here to use this opportunity, Harmony 2021, to further transform themselves with the message oneness. Quite often, we forget we are not just a drop in the ocean. We are ocean in the drop. That's what oneness means. And this world, at this time, needs to have that oneness in them. There is no differentiators. We are one, irrespective of the colors, irrespective of our forms and shapes, irrespective of what we follow in life. Oneness, we are not a drop in the ocean. We are ocean in a drop. Let's transform again. Thank you very much.
Miltonian of the host, Mumbai chapter, Miltonian Rajan Gaukar.
How's the Josh? How's the Josh? Ganpati Bappa! Ganpati Bappa! Welcome to Amchi, Mumbai. Can you just remove this? I'm going above even though my height is 5'5". Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Aparesh, dignitaries on the dais, Miltonian families, and all the other esteemed guests. It is an honor and a privilege to be here today as president of the Milt Mumbai chapter and also speak on behalf of all the Miltonians of Mumbai and welcoming you to Harmony 2021. I am sure most of us have been going through rough periods in the last couple of years. There has been a disharmony, disruption in our lives. Some of us have sailed through, but some of us have still been able to take it through trials. But yes, today is the opportunity for all of us for the oneness with others. Miltonians are one of the most positive people on this earth. And wherever they go, they carry this positive energy with them. With 200 plus Miltonians in this convention, can you imagine the kind of energy it will be creating? The kind of atomic bomb it will be creating? Can I see the Josh once again? Can I see the claps? Yes, friends, this is what we have to share for the next 3 days to ensure that we all sail through in harmony, become one with not only us, but also the universe. Thank you so much.
Now I'd like to call upon the Secretary General of Harmony 2021, Miltonian Chetan Bhatia.
Once again, good afternoon, friends. What is harmony? Harmony is the alignment within and all the people around us, isn't it? Yes. And what did we learn at MILT? Isn't it all about harmony? I'll share 3 steps what we learned at MILT. The first and the foremost being human relation principles. like fill your mind with thoughts of peace, courage, health, hope, and prayer, or cooperate with the inevitable, and many more. So, friends, when we talk about these principles, haven't we improved on our human relations time and again? I remember precisely session 6 of our MLC, where we all vented our anger, shame, and hatred and freed ourselves of all that baggage we carried for months, years, and maybe decades together. Do you all agree? So basically, we inched towards our true self. The second step was competitions. Do you all remember the story Apuresh used to share about a farmer who found oil in his backyard and got rich? Then he bought a car and got it pulled by two of his horses. Apuresh saw the same situation in all of us because the big potential that we were gifted with, and we just used a small percentage of it. He introduced competitions in our life. He made us challenge ourselves and compete with nobody else but our own selves. So, at the end of the day, there was satisfaction, and we again moved towards our true potential. The third and the last aspect that I'm going to talk about is the newspaper drive. Many of you would have participated in the newspaper drive. Have you? We used to knock door after door and ask for newspapers. Okay, the newspapers were not for us or our families, but it was for the kids at Snehalaya. Sometimes when we knocked, we got the newspapers, and sometimes we got the door slammed on our face, isn't it? Yeah, remember it. So, the people who continued till the end of the day either diluted their egos or became more humbler, or both. So, isn't that the right journey towards harmony? Harmony within and with the world outside us? So, friends, do you all agree? Harmony is all about a way of life, and Milt has taught us that? Yes. From this platform of Harmony 21, I wish for all of you a life full of harmony. Thank you.
Thank you, Chetan. And now, Chairman of Harmony 2021, Miltonian.
And they will spoil relationship with the people, and they are afraid. But thankfully, Milt is different forum. Because in Milt, we know how to speak our mind without fear. At the same time, how to relate with people from our heart. And that is the reason we don't create offense. In our approach, there is no malice. We don't create any malice. And that's what I call it as a harmony, my dear friends. And we are going to set that harmony in the world outside. Friends, it has been a real tough journey for all of us in last 1.5 years, mainly due to the COVID situations that kept changing every now and then. Believe me, when we started, we made plan A, then there was plan B, then there was plan C, plan D, and all that. And all the while, we were juggling with plan A, plan B, plan C, and plan D. And that continues till this moment, thanks to Omicron. Well, we set up a guidelines which were tougher than the government guidelines. And many Miltonians across the country, they were not happy about it. And they were right also. But we also had no choice. We had to play safe. In fact, friends, few days ago, a group of Miltonians from other side, since they were not happy, some of them went up to an extent to tell me that they would prefer to drop, from the convention than comply to this stupid guidelines they've set, or rather we have set. And I, as I am, I used to tell people, "Arey kya re, chhod na yaar, ho jayega. Arey ho jayega re." and all that was going on. And believe me, just 2 days ago, the same person who had told me, he called me up in the night and he said, Uday, मैं खाली तेरा इज्जत के लिए आ रहा हूं. Otherwise, I am not happy. That's what I call it as mild spirit. That's a live example of, person speaking his mind out, but in the end, relating with the heart. My dear friends, today I stand before you on behalf of the Team Harmony with a folded hands and thanking each one of you for supporting us right from the day one in this difficult times. Thank you very much. Where is Gopinath Prabhu? Hats off to you, man. I also thank all the chapters for wholeheartedly supporting us. And I wish that we shall continue with the same spirit for coming 3 days. From my team, I can assure you that we'll try our best to make this convention as a memorable one for all of you. I wish you all the very best. Thank you very much.
And now I'd like to welcome the chairperson of All India Milt Charitable Trust, Miltonian Greg. Hooray! Come on, guys! Woo!
Good afternoon. I'll just share a small thought on sustaining and growing in this new normal world. We Miltonians are lucky. What else can be a wonderful means rather than trusting our own Milt morning discipline and Milt principles? Milt morning discipline and Milt principle keep us fit physically, keep our mind positive always, keep our intellect sharper and objective. We are lucky. Let us be Miltonians today, tomorrow, and forever. Thank you. I love you all.
And now I'd like to welcome our accredited trainer, Miltonian Daniel Jacob.
Right. We are all in uncertain times. You heard the chairperson of the convention saying it's been a tough, long journey. Well, Milt always believes in zero defect convention. And Operash has been relentlessly working. If it is Milt, it has to be zero defect. And we have personally seen how Operash Acharya used to handle the teams in the convention because he always ensured zero defect is part of Milt. And here, today, Operash is not much active, but his presence itself is making us all active to give us that zero defect convention. Well, we were not sure whether this convention is going to happen. Because every other moment there was some change by the government and we were all apprehensive whether it's going to happen or not. And at this point in time, even just a week back, we didn't know this convention was going to happen. And lots of delegates who registered couldn't come because of the situations and circumstances. Because we are going through unprecedented times, the corona pandemic. Well, there's a new normal, as they say. And in this new normal, there is a new terminology, which is called, we all live in a VUCA world. VUCA is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. But in spite of all this VUCA, we still have a convention going on. We still have, till now, from the time Operation started this convention concept, it never stopped. The reason is we had this dedicated team of Miltonians, the office bearers, who relentlessly, day and night, worked to give us an experience. So can we give them a big round of applause? Well, because I know what they went through, not being certain whether the hall is going to come or the police is going to give permission and all that. But in spite of that, they were able to get it. Because VUCA is the outside world. Volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity is the outside world. But Miltonians work from the VUCA of within. We don't have volatility. Instead, we have a vision. We don't have uncertainty, but we have an uncluttered mind. We don't have complexity, but we've got a clarity of purpose. We don't have ambiguity, but you've got an attitude of never give up. So therefore, let us not be influenced by the VUCA outside, but let us create our own VUCA of vision, of uncluttered mind, of clarity of purpose, and an attitude of never give up. So we can go through any uncertain times. We might be facing a lot of them in the coming years and coming days. But let us have the VUCA from within and work. As this convention, we have got oneness. Let's experience oneness. Let's stay connected with ourselves. So we will never be lonely. We might be alone because we are connected. And that oneness will certainly lead to joyfulness, where we have joy, which is unspeakable. We have got experiences, which is unexpressible. And then we have the blissfulness. So let's experience these three traits and experience harmony. Not only here, let us have harmony within, and wherever we go, let's create a world that is harmonious. So let's have a great time together in this 3 days of extravaganza of the MILT Convention Harmony 21. Thank you.
And now, last but not the least, our mentor, Aparesh Acharya. You want to stand here? On the mic, please. No.
Well, suddenly I have been told that I must say a few words regarding the convention. Well, I have started the convention concept quite many years ago, isn't it? Yeah, and each one has become better than the last one. And I feel very good about it. I hope we all make this one better than last one, and then regularly improve ourselves in our performance. God is with us. Let us really be satisfied with ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aparesh. And now it's time to release the convention souvenir. And to do the honors, I'd like our mentor, Aparesh, to please unwrap the convention souvenir and release it. Come on, Miltonians, it's not Sleeping time still. Let's cheer for our togetherness, our oneness. Come on, Mumbai, Pune, Kolkata, Bengaluru, Chennai. Thank you, dignitaries, for addressing us with your lovely words. Now I'd request you to kindly take your seats along with the delegates as we proceed further in the day's agenda. Thank you. And now, my dear friends, we are going to begin with the competition, which is the most heart-wrenching, eye-opening, and mind-blowing competitions of all, where we are all put to the test of how well we have rooted and living by the golden HR principles that have become an integral part of our lives. And so, let's start with the first competition of Harmony 2021, the Human Relations Feedback Competition! Woo! I am going to call the competitors from each chapter, and as I call upon the competitors, they will come running in mill style and take their seat in the order in which I call them in the competitors' gallery. My first call, Miltonian, from the Mumbai chapter, Miltonian Ajit Chaudhary. Woo! From the Kolkata chapter, run, Ajit, run. Come on. From the Kolkata chapter, Miltonian Shweta Begwani. Come on, run, Shweta. From the Bengaluru chapter, Miltonian Priya Darshini Gupta. From the Pune chapter, Miltonian Amit Chauria. From the Chennai chapter, Miltonian Dhruv Jain. From the Middle East chapter, Miltonian Karthik Arumugam. Woo! Come on, guys! From the Mumbai chapter, Miltonian Mayur Nayak. From the Kolkata chapter, Miltonian Bala Raman. From the Bengaluru chapter, Miltonian Chinmay. Woo! Come on! From the Pune chapter, Miltonian Tushar Parak. And from the Chennai chapter, Miltonian M. Chandrasekhar. Come on, give them all a big round of applause. Are we in order? Competitors, please note, the timer for the competition is Miltonian Chetan Sheth, and the judge for the competition is our accredited trainer, Daniel Jacob. Competitors, please note the judging criteria for the competition. Confidence and flow, 10 points. Reliving and honesty, 10 points. Impact of the HR principle, 10 points. Technical, HR principle and its relevance to the incident, 10 points. Time, 10 points. There will be a warning bell at 100 seconds that will sound like this. Can we have the warning bell? That's the warning bell. And the final bell will sound at 120 seconds like this. All right. Request everyone in the audience to please maintain complete silence while the competition is going on. So, competitors, ready? Yes! Judges and timekeeper, ready? Yes! Delegates, ready? Yes! So, let's begin. The first competitor from the Mumbai chapter, Miltonian Ajit Chaudhary.
Boy! Boy! These two incidents happened in my life last October. That day, I received a call from Dr. Sasadekar. In his trembling voice, he told me that your technician is fall off on a service table and he is in critical condition. I immediately rushed to his clinic. When I reached his side, I was shocked. Our technician, Arvind Gupta, was lying on a floor, unconscious, and he was bleeding 3 years. Doctor said that you have to shift this patient as early as possible to nearest hospital and get CT scanning done immediately. We immediately arranged ambulance, put Arvind into ambulance, and I sat beside him. As ambulance siren started blinking, I started a lot of negative thoughts in my mind. I don't know what to do. I started praying to the God. Hey God, please help me, help me. At that time, golden milk HR principle flashed through my mind. Fill your mind with thoughts of peace, courage, health, hope, and prayer. And it struck Dr. Bhide, my friend, who is a neurosurgeon. I called him. He said, bring your patient as early as possible to our hospital. We'll take care of him. We visit to hospital. Whole team of doctor was waiting for Arvind. 2 life-saving injection was given to Arvind, and he was immediately shifted to CT scanning room. After CT scanning done, Arvind was brought out, and doctor told me that there is no need of worry. There is no need of any worry. Your patient is absolutely out of danger, and there is no need of any surgery. Friends, at that time I took long breath of relief. Thank you very much for Golden Milk HR principal, who gave me tremendous amount of strength, power, courage to handle that most critical situation in throughout my life. Thank you so much.
Miltonian from the Kolkata chapter, Miltonian Shweta Begwani.
This happened in the month of October this year in Kolkata. I had given a very beautiful sari of mine for a makeover to be worn in the upcoming wedding of my brother. But from past 2 months, my designer Sunita was delaying my work. One morning in October, she called up and said, Shweta, your sari is ready, but a blunder has happened. The tailor has accidentally cut the sari from both the sides, and hence it is untuckable. So it is unwearable. I was absolutely shocked. What are you saying? What are you saying, Bhabhi? Just don't fool around. That sari is very precious to me. It was gifted to me by my parents on my daughter's naming ceremony. She was so guilty that she said she'll make a new one. But what would I do of the new one? It's all about that particular sari. I was getting so impatient that I just lost my control. But then I kept my calm. I said, nothing worry, Bhabhi. You don't worry. It's not your fault. We'll certainly find out a way to correct the mistake. It's all part and parcel of life. Here, I lived by the MILT HR principle. Use encouragement. Make the fault seem easy to correct. But I was completely lost thinking about my sari. How could I let my favorite sari be of no use? What could I do to make it look as beautiful as earlier? Thoughts kept pouring in my mind, but finally I got the desired one. I called up Sunita Bhabhi and I asked her whether she will be able to make a ready-to-wear sari where tuck-in is not required. And it will give the entire look of my sari. She was zapped by the idea. She said, yes, it is possible. I was relieved. She thanked me a number of times. Thank you.
Next we have Miltonian from the Bengaluru chapter, Miltonian Priyadarshini Gupta.
Last month, I got a call from father of one of Snehalia children requesting for admission of the other sibling. He told me his wife passed away 4 months ago because of COVID, and his second son is just 4.5 years old. He has no family support. He leaves the child at the mercy of the neighbors and goes to work. He was crying and pleading for admission. The thought that the child spends whole day on the streets without care and protection was horrifying. My children, who are much older than him, get so much attention. What if the child falls, hurts himself, or is sick? Whom does he go to? He is so vulnerable, alone on the streets. He must be missing his family, waiting for his father to come back from work. These thoughts were very disturbing. I wanted to help this family who are knocking Snehalia doors so desperately. At that point of time, the Milt Golden HR principle that came to my mind was, write the answers to the following questions. What is the problem? What are the causes of the problem? What are the possible solutions? The problem is, we cannot admit the child in Snehalia because he has not completed 6 years yet. Institution like ours cannot take children below 6 years. The solution I found was, I personally went to the department, requested the officer that he is a deserving child. He has just lost his mother. It will be traumatic to separate him from his brother. She has to make an exception. She finally approved the admission. What a relief. I thank this HR principal for helping me to find a safe and secured home for this child and put an end to the family sufferings. It was a weight off my chest.
From the Pune chapter, Miltonian Amit Chodia.
It was 19th August 2019. Nitin gave me a call and was crying profoundly over the phone. Sir, my father is detected with cancer, sir. Oral cancer. I'm not able to understand what to do, sir. Please help me, please. Nitin was a hard-working staff at my firm. For anyone, the cancer word itself is like a death threat. My aunt has been through it, so I could understand the pain he was going through. We being in a joint family, human resource was not an issue for us, but Nitin was in a nuclear one. I was worried and tensed. Where all will he reach? He'll run for finance, he'll support his family, or take his father to the hospital. I immediately asked him to send all the reports over the phone. The moment I saw the report, the first page itself said quotation, which was 5 lakh rupees. I knew Nitin won't be able to afford this. I immediately contacted few NGOs like Milap, messaged all the clients he was working on for some raise of funds. And to my surprise, all the clients showed humanity and generously helped him financially. We also filled a form for Mahatma Phule Jan Arogya Yojana and did receive the grant too. Over 3.75 lakh was already arranged for the operation. On the day of operation, I stood beside him in the hospital. When the operation was done and after a few days he was discharged, I arranged a vehicle for a naturopath, Dr. Arun Jogdev, to further precautions to be taken. Arranged a vehicle with a driver. He was so overwhelmed with my involvement and support towards him in the time of needs. He ran towards me and hugged me tightly. I was so happy that I could be support in the time of need. And I lived by the mild golden HR principle, become genuinely interested in other people.
From the Chennai chapter, Miltonian, Dhruv Jain.
I own a hardware store where I deal exclusively in hardware products such as caster wheels and trolley wheels. There are so many kinds and so many sizes that I absolutely love dealing in them. When my father first started this shop for me, we had no idea that the market for this product was so expansive. We follow a particular system of selling them, and that is maintaining a price list of each and every product. For my own contents, I even write the rates on top of the products which only I can understand. But I committed a very big blunder. So back in 2010, I purchased 100 good-looking red color 6-inch wheels, thinking that they would sell very well in my shop. But so many years passed by, and finally, 2 days back, a customer who was in search of them wrote an email to me inquiring the rates for a few of them. I quoted a rate and thought that I would actually get a 6er on this bill. The delivery came through and the wire transfer also came in. But suddenly I felt that there's something very odd about this. Like, how come does my sale rate and my purchase rate are so similar? my doubt was actually correct. I cross-checked and I saw that I actually sold it at the purchase price itself with no profits at all. Arey yaar, how can I make such a big blunder? I was so pissed off that right now I can't actually ask the customer to renegotiate. But I knew that I'm going to do justice with the rest that is there on hand. The HR principle that I was living through is analyze your own mistakes and criticize yourself, because I went back and revised those prices and made sure that from now on, ever before quoting, I will refer to the price list and then only quote. Thank you.
From the Middle East chapter, Karthik Armugam.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, a few months ago, in the month of September, one fine afternoon, I was at my workplace. For the first time in my life, I felt some discomfort in my lower back. I ignored it for a few hours as I was busy with my meetings. But later in the day, the pain got really worse. My movements were restricted. I struggled to drive back home. But the next day morning, I literally could not take a few steps from the bedroom. I felt the right side of my body has been heavily pulled. I could not stand or sit straight. Friends, the pain was excruciating. I had to be on the bed for hours before I made it to the hospital. I initially thought it would be a normal sprain. But after examining my X-ray report, the orthosurgeon had a shocking news for me. I was diagnosed with a condition called straightening of lumbar curvature. It's a serious spinal cord condition, compressed my lower back discs. I couldn't believe I had this condition as I was very active and young. However, as per the doctor's advice, I attended all the physiotherapy sessions and practiced the exercises. Trust me, within a month, I managed to get back to my routine. Of course, I adjusted my lifestyle to cope up with this new normal. Friends, during this uncertain and difficult times, the milk principle that came to my rescue was cooperate with the inevitable. And I also followed the principle that fill your mind with thoughts of peace, courage, health, hope, and prayer. Therefore, I was able to overcome these challenges and traveled 3,000 kilometers to attend this great convention, Harmony 21.
From the Mumbai chapter, Miltonian Mayur Nayak.
This incident happened on 20th May 2021 at Mumbai. The second wave of COVID was at its peak, with Mumbai recording more than 10,000 cases per day. Newspapers and TV channels were reporting corona cases and corona deaths like a cricket score. People were dying in large numbers. The pictures of pyres of burning bodies and crying relatives was depressing and frustrating. The panic was in the air, and I was no exception to it. And few of my neighbors also tested corona positive. The sirens of running ambulance would increase my heartbeats, as I was also suffering from severe cough and cold for more than a week. I had many sleepless nights due to breathlessness. On that night, it was worst. I was restless, sleepless, breathless. I was gasping for breath. At around 2:30 a.m., I woke up my daughter, who is a qualified doctor. I asked her to hospitalize me immediately, as I was unable to breathe. She examined me and found all my vital parameters absolutely normal. She told me it was my panic which was increasing my breathlessness. But the fact was, I was choking. I was suffocating. I thought I would die on that day. It was at that time the golden HR principle flashed through my mind. Fill your mind with thoughts of peace, courage, health, hope, and prayer. And I started praying intensely. I said, God, please save me from this ordeal. And a miracle happened. I calmed down. My panic subsided. And within half an hour, I went to sleep. Thanks to the golden HR principle, which helped me to sail through one of the most difficult times of my life.
Miltonian from the Kolkata chapter, Miltonian Bala Raman.
Hello. Prabhakar, my elder brother, is like a father figure to me. We share a very strong bond till this day. Unfortunately, he suffers from schizophrenia, an incurable disease. While in Mumbai in 2020 February, I was enjoying a marriage. I get a panic call from my younger brother from Kolkata. He told me Prabhakar had to be admitted to a correction center because he had become extremely uncontrolled and was becoming continuous embarrassment in public. I immediately rushed to Kolkata, feeling an urgent need to be with my brother. The next day, I went to see him in the correction center. Oh my God! It was quite shocking to me seeing my brother in such a condition. He was looking more paler, thinner, and older than his age. And there were marks on his hands and legs, as if somebody tied him tightly with a rope, and he was being punished. The situation was quite scary, and tears were rolling down my eyes. While these emotions were tearing me apart, what kept me strong throughout mentally was the golden HR principles. Fill your minds with thoughts of peace, courage, health, hope, and prayer. I somehow managed to control my emotions and kept assuring my brother, everything will be fine. With a regular take of medicine, a positive outlook, and with faith in God, you will be returning home soon in normal condition. After 10 days, he came back home looking quite normal, and he's improving now. Till this day, I pray to God every day, and I am very proud to say I am with HR principles, positive effect of the HR principles on me. Thank you.
From the Bengaluru chapter, Miltonian Chinmay.
I'm a married man now. Chinmay and Pavitra, congratulations. The baby has fully grown, and I would suggest opting for C-section anytime next week. I was thrilled when I heard that. Everyone in my family, we were excited, happy, and looking forward for that day. However, the very next day I was a bit concerned because my mother had COVID-like symptom and we got her tested. The day after that, I had the shock of my life and I was literally shivering reading the report that said my mother has been tested for COVID. Doctors advised us to immediately admit her to the hospital. Anxiously, I was driving her and I was thinking the dreams I had of bringing the newborn baby out of the operation theater and giving it to my mother and capturing that precious moment. And later, my mother welcoming the baby home by performing Arati were all shattered. I was thinking, will this be the last time I'm going to see my mother? Will I be blessed to see her play with her grandchild? On the other hand, what about my wife? Is she been infected? What about the newborn? I was feeling helpless, down, sad. I was in the VUCA situation. Fortunately, at that time, I reminded myself of the Milt Golden HR principle. Fill your mind with thoughts of peace, courage, health, hope, and prayer. It started giving me some kind of comfort. And after a while, I decided to stop playing a role of a defeated son, to stop playing a role of a defeated husband, to stop playing a role of a defeated father-to-be. Instead, I embraced the situation. I accepted and I ensured I did my best as a father, son, and as a husband. And after a while, on 1st of April, I was blessed with the baby girl. And on 4th of April, my mother recovered and was discharged. Friends, I cannot simply thank the HR Golden Principle for having me help sail through the tough time and coming out on the other side as a stronger, happier, and as a wiser person.
From the Pune chapter, Miltonian Tushar Parak.
Check, check. It was August 2016. Myself, Swati, and my friend Wayne
were at an altitude of 17,000 feet and were trekking towards the Kangyatse peak in Ladakh region. We had already walked for about 8 hours. Swati was so tired and breathless that she would take 20 steps and stop for a few minutes. We had already walked for about 8 hours, friends. She was very, very breathless, and we were hoping that our guide would return back with a horse and escort Swati to the base camp. Friends, after some time, Wayne and I reached the base camp only to witness that Swati's oxygen levels had dipped to 60, and she needed oxygen every half an hour. We had just one oxygen cylinder in our camp, and everyone was tensed. It was after some time, post-dinner, Wayne and a few group members came and said, Tushar, we've cancelled the plan of climbing the peak in the morning, and it is absolutely critical to send Swati to a lower altitude at the earliest. Our guide brought the horse. He fitted a headlight on the horse head, got the horseman, and the only person who was strong enough physically and mentally to accompany Swati into the valley was Wayne. And we rushed her into the valley immediately. It was at this point that the golden HR principle flashed through my mind. Fill your mind with thoughts of peace, courage, health, hope, and prayer. This gave me the sense of security that Wayne in God's avatar was present with Swati. The next day in the morning, as we were going through the valley and finishing our trek, I met Swati, and I was truly happy to see her fully recovered, and I was ecstatic.
And from the Chennai chapter, Miltonian M. Chandrasekhar.
Check. On 6th August 2020, I was tested positive for COVID. My entire self-confidence shattered into pieces. I was deeply depressed, devastated, dejected. Fear of uncertainty clubbed through my mind. A mere word positive on a report sucked all the positivity out of me and made me vulnerable, anxious, deeply distressed. Friends, I felt like a fish out of water. Quarantined in a small room. All my world boiled down to 4 walls and a roof. And my thoughts were actually pushed to the wall, searching for a way out. I was longing to come out and see my family members, but I couldn't because I might infect them. Those days were like nightmares of my day and night. More than 2 weeks I struggled, guys. Please keep in mind, all I was thinking those times, one side of my heart telling, believe in science and technology. The other voice telling me, thousands of people are dying. You could be next. Am I going to be the next person? Am I in the wait list? How is my family going to handle this? These thoughts never allowed me to sleep. Then one day I saw a video. A bunch of COVID patients lying on the floor in one single hall. That's when I realized how blessed I am. I could afford a separate room for myself and my family supporting me. The MILT principle that I lived by. Count your blessings, not your troubles. Nobody can be against you when God is with you.
That was a wonderful expression of each HR principle where we saw the power and magic of the principles. So let's send the competitors back with a thunderous applause. Woo! Come on, Mumbai, Chennai, Kolkata, Pune, Bengaluru. And now it's time. And now it's time. And now it's time to experience, reflect on the writing of the winner of the first technical paper of this convention. Can we all settle down? What is happening? The no hugging, huh? I know. For this presentation, I request all the dignitaries to please take their seats on the dais. Could I please ask the dignitaries to please take your seats? Huh? Yeah. Yeah. Presidents of the chapters, can you please come and take your seats? Thank you. Please settle down, friends, Miltonians, presidents, Miltonian, Chandrasekhar. All right. Settle down. The winner of the technical paper is a Miltonian who graduated from MLC 9 from the Chennai chapter. He has previously won a technical paper in 1990, which he presented in Sangam, Bangalore. Happily married to Rajeshwari and proud father to Lakshmi and Shravan. He loves reading and is engaged in NGO activities. He is engaged in the political discourse of the country, but not a politician in its commonly understood sense. So please put your hands together while I call upon to present the technical paper topic, Transcending Religion is Necessary to Experience Spirituality, and titled From Believer to Seeker, from the Bengaluru chapter, Miltonian Hariharan Jayachandran. Come on, Miltonians! We want to hug, but we don't want to celebrate. Come on! The presentation will be for 20 minutes and 20 minutes for the question and answer round at the end of the session. So the total time is 40 minutes. Over to you, Miltonian Hariharan.
Yeah, I think that will.
Good afternoon. Dignitaries on the dais, fellow Miltonians, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I must thank Mumbai chapter for considering this paper good enough to share my thoughts with you. I also take this opportunity to thank my Satsangi members whose thoughts have greatly influenced my spiritual journey. Probably this presentation is actually a culmination of their thoughts which I am presenting. In fact, as I went through this harmony, I find the contents of my paper harmonizes with the convention harmony. You will see that through the course of this presentation. Title of the paper is From Believer to Seeker. The topic of the paper, Transcending Religion is Necessary to Experience Spirituality. Born to Hindu parents, naturally I had my initiation in Hinduism. My gods were the only gods and rest was not. It was a blind and unquestioned belief. Rituals and practices were accepted as gospel truth without knowing why and what for it is performed. Reciting Sanskrit slokas without knowing their meaning was a routine affair. There was no serious effort on my part to understand religion and no involvement of my intellect in the religious practices. Awakening. For the first time in the year 1989, I was jolted out of my stupor. In the very first session of MLC, I was in for a shock when Apparesh showed how none of us truly had faith in God we prayed, and that God and religion were a matter of convenience for us. Yes, while claiming that the omnipresent, omniscient, omnipotent God knows everything we do, I continue to indulge in irreligious and ungodly acts like lying, cheating, falsifying, fearing, hating, etc., day in and day out without any feeling of guilt. I became aware of my inadequacy insofar as religion is concerned. I realized I have not understood the true import of religion and that I was mired in ignorance. To know who I am, what are these gods and religion, I began serious inquiry. Understanding conceptual God. With evolving human intellect, gods evolved. If initially trees, animals, birds were revered as gods, later it included sun, moon, planets, and stars. Then gods assumed human form, like Vishnu, Brahma, Shiva, Parvati, Saraswati, with their distinct names, form, and attributes. Even mortals, like Jesus and Sai Babas, were elevated to the level of God by assuming them as avatars. It became clear that conceptual God is a product of human thought and earth-centric. Each thinker had his own concept of God. Hinduism had thinkers like Vyasa and Valmiki. Christianity had apostles. Islam had Prophet Muhammad, etc. Religion and God differ from each other depending upon the experience, context, and spiritual evolution of these thinkers. That is why we have so many gods with various names, form, and attributes like Ishwar, Krishna, Allah, Jesus, Mary, Lakshmi, etc. Praying, living, and socializing of their followers also differ from each other. Religious institutions sprung up to exercise control over our lives, defining what is right and what is wrong, what to wear, what to eat, and how to conduct. My religion had its own rituals and practices, as the others had their own rituals and practices. Religious middlemen, in the name of swamis, pastors, and imams, gave their own interpretation of religious texts and practices. Independent thinking was discouraged. I simply believed what is told, whether it appealed to my rational mind or not. I was so conditioned, I would go to any extent to defend such rituals, even where I found the practice irrational and preposterous. As a result, I remained ignorant and fatalist. I became rigid and judgmental, weak and disempowered, divisive, intolerant, and hateful, a white collar fundamentalist. This is because I did not use my discriminating faculty on holding on to conceptual God created by others as truth, which is not. I made my God and religion look weak and requiring my help to protect them. What a mockery of my intelligence. Here I am reminded of a story I heard as a child. In a remote village, there lived a marginal farmer. He had a son by name Ramu. With the income generated from his 5 acres of land, this farmer's family could make a decent living while saving a small portion. After some years, when the farmer was in his deathbed, he called his son Ramu and handed over a box containing 2 kgs of gold and said this was his hard-earned savings and he should not waste it. After the farmer's death, Ramu continued to till 5 acres of land and lived a hand-to-mouth existence. When Ramu fell sick, it was his father's hard-earned savings and he should use it carefully. The point for consideration is whether 2 kgs of gold made any difference to the life of Ramu. Obviously not. Even without 2 kgs of gold, his life would have remained the same as he had not put the gold to any use. Same is the case with our brain. If we don't put our brain to use, of what value is it for us? As Vaswani says, the concept of God and the way of worship should go beyond rituals and superstition. One should enjoy limitless freedom to think individually and judge and decide without inhibiting restrictions of scriptures and gurus. One should have the courage to reject what is not convincing to him or her. Well-trained reason and conscience should be our final authority. I decided to think on my own than relying on borrowed thoughts. It called for conscious living away from the unconscious mechanical life I was leading, asking powerful questions to myself and challenging my existing beliefs. Realization. I realized I was steeped in religiosity. God and religion became center of debate and hatred due to my ignorance. Soon it became clear that all this hatred, acrimony, disillusionment, and anarchy in the society are because we forgot the very purpose for which religion came into existence. Further, with my materialistic wants and desires increasing, religion and gods moved away from spiritual to mundane plane. With conceptual God meant to address my physical and emotional wants and desires, religion lost its spiritual moorings. Joining satsang, reading and listening to spiritual discourses of the enlightened like Adi Shankaracharya, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, Chinmayananda, Ramana Maharishi, contemplating and debating within me, demystified all my long-held beliefs about religion and concept of God. I realized I was living in a make-believe world away from truth. It dawned on me that religion is a spiritual discipline and a means to the end called spirituality. I became aware that all that is written in our religious texts are not necessarily true. For example, Bible said earth is flat and that sun revolves around the earth, which is contrary to truth. Similarly, many writings, rituals, and practices in Hinduism are absurd, like casteism, objection to beef eating, and women's entry in temples. Islam has its quota of contradictions, like Sunnis and Shias killing each other over Islamic tenets, confusing fatwas, and gender discrimination. If conceptual God is perfect, their religious texts cannot be imperfect. Each thinker had given his own version of God, and it varies from each other in content and practice. Each follower had a distinct learning from the same incident and gave his own interpretation of his experience, which naturally differed from the other, like in the learning from the demonstration of the effect of alcohol to a group of addicts. One group of audience understood that taking alcohol is dangerous to health, while some felt that by taking alcohol, all the worms in the body will die. One demonstration and two different learnings. Same way, there are differences in the interpretation of religious texts and practices. Writings and utterances of each of the apostles of Jesus about Jesus' life and teachings are quite different. Similarly, the Ramayana of India is different from the Ramayana of Bali Islands, and Sunnis' interpretation of Islam and its practices are different from that of Shias and Wahhabis. Description of experience always falls short of experience. It is like Girish, fellow Miltonian, sharing his Himalayan trekking experience with us. How we understand the message depends on the skill of Girish in expressing and our listening skill. Each of us would have visualized, understood his experience in our own way, different from others. If you are asked to write on this experience, our presentations will be different. Even if the speaker is a very good communicator, he cannot recreate the experience for us. Actual trekking in Himalayas can only give us that experience. Understanding is not experience, experience is experience. Same is the case with God or any other experience. Only our experience gives us the true knowledge. My thinking gave me clarity that God called by any name is God. I'll repeat, sorry. My thinking gave me clarity that God called by any name is God. Rice called by any name, such as chawal in Hindi, arisi in Tamil, biyam in Telugu, akki in Kannada means the same. Similarly, the unseen God is called Allah by some, Ishwar by some, Holy Father by some. They represent the same God. It will not cease to be God for Muslims and Christians if the God is prayed as Ishwar, and it will not cease to be God for Hindus if we pray as Allah. Then is it not foolish to kill each other over the name of God? It dawned on me that Supreme is beyond definitions and understanding. At the present level of intelligence, it is impossible for us to comprehend the Supreme. To restrict God to name and form is ignorance. Experiential God. I realized I was looking for answers at the wrong place. It is not something to be searched outside. It is not something to be found in books. It is an inward journey. It's a journey with no road map. No religion, no guru, no scripture can help me experience God. They can only provide a direction and help me prepare myself. No one can walk for me. I will have to figure it out myself. I understood. Spirituality is not an intellectual journey to be understood. It has to be experienced. The first step in this journey is to question my existing beliefs, become aware of my tamasic gunas like anger, hatred, jealousy, fear, etc., and purge them from my thought structure. Take time to spend with myself. Observe my thoughts and actions as a witness. Meditation and contemplation. By this process, I found my observation was becoming sharper and sharper. I could experience my conscience growing stronger, internal conflicts receding, clarity emerging, and calmness pervading, which I did not experience earlier. As I progress, I transcend religious boundaries. Name, form, and attributes lose their significance. It is liberating and an empowering experience that cannot be explained in words. Yes, I can experience myself. Conclusion. Human birth is the most precious one. This can be appreciated and consecrated only through spiritual evolution. I shall end this with a beautiful Chinese story. A Chinese king, before handing over reins of his kingdom to his son, sends him to a Buddhist monk for training. The Buddhist monk asks the prince to live in the forest. After 6 months, when the monk inquires of his experience, the prince says the forest is filthy, chaotic, frightening, and uncomfortable. He says, go back to the forest and come back after another 6 months. After another 6 months, the prince finds the forest more acceptable with its amazing collection of flora and fauna. He could identify the chirping of the birds, listen to the sound of flowing water, smell the mud after rain, and sobriety in the wind. After another 6 months, the prince could see art in the leaves, beauty in the flowers, music in the birds, lullaby in the flowing waters, comfort in the breeze, and the embalming effect of the blue sky. After another 6 months, the prince could experience in nature peace in the soul. After another 6 months, the prince could experience harmony in the nature, peace in the soul, God in silence. He could now see the unseen, hear the unheard, and feel the unfelt. He could experience the inexperienced. He could experience himself. The prince has evolved. Yes, he is now fit to take over the reins of the kingdom. In solitude, in silence, in contemplation and meditation, our observation becomes sharper and sharper, and we experience what our ordinary human mind cannot experience. All of us come into this world without knowing what life is, and large majority of us leave this earth without understanding what life is. True understanding can happen only when we evolve spiritually, unlearning experientially what is untrue. Go beyond beliefs, become a seeker to experience truth. Thank you for your patient listening.
Now we'll start the question answer round. Anyone who wants to ask questions can queue up in front of the mic placed on this side. Only questions, please, no statements. And one person, one question.
Very good paper.
Thank you.
I have just one question. Were you able to experience God?
No. No.
Okay, thank you.
I never said I experienced God anywhere. I said I experienced myself.
I just wanted to know, were you able to experience God? Because you were in a TP on God, you were seeking Him. So what did you actually get in the end? That was the question. Because the prince got it in the story. So I was trying to get from you whether were you able to experience even an iota of God?
See, one thing I'll tell you. We have defined God earth-centric, something that's limited to earth. We are not intellectually so advanced to visualize God beyond earth. So I don't think I'll be able to experience God at all. You can experience yourself. Experience means you know what you are. But at least in my life, I don't think I'll be able to experience God because you're a very small this thing. But maybe a part of godliness you'll be able to experience, that's all.
Okay, thank you.
Hariharan, enjoyed listening to your TP. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mine is more of a practical question. Your title is Believer to Seeker, and you were a conditioned believer, and then you started seeking. Now, during that process, I'm sure there were so many rituals that you would have performed at your home. How did your family members start reacting to it? Because now that I'm a father and I'm living in a joint family, again, a teenager who will be really adolescent, they'll have this rebellious attitude. So when we suddenly say, as you said, how two people perceive is different. So can you just share some thoughts on that?
There were a lot of conflicts because I was evolving. I was very ritualistic, quite true. But at some stage, particularly with a lot of discussion in satsang, I found that my thoughts are changing as far as spirituality is concerned. Conflicts because my wife is very orthodox. Now, at some stage, what happened is I said, it's my spiritual journey. I'm not concerned about what my wife thinks, what the world thinks. So I said, it's my life, so I'm going to change the way I am going to. Now, she has accepted me now. I don't think that, I also find there's a slight change in her thoughts now. Slowly, I find she is also getting unconditioned without, so she is only getting influenced without my forcing on us. Because she finds how I am living. So it's happening, but as I told you, initially we said, you live your life, I live my life insofar as religion is concerned. In fact, I have gone beyond the religion. I don't call myself as a Hindu or XYZ. Spirituality is going, because the moment you call religion, you're putting a circle around you. Anyone who's outside the circle is, in fact, now the perception is anyone outside the circle is anti, though it's not necessarily so. So for me, there is no circle.
Thank you. Just curious to know, how many years did it take for your wife to reach that? Because
I think... Okay.
Such a wonderful paper, Hariharan.
Thank you.
And thank you for giving me the copy so that I could grasp it even better now. Hariharan, to Sanjay's question, you said no. I strongly feel that the answer should have been yes, because you have experienced yourself. What else is God?
That's what I
Yes,
do.
Fatima, our charming MC, and our Chennai president said that we are not a drop in the ocean. We are the ocean in that drop itself. So if you experience self, you have experienced God. So I think the answer you should have given is
And I still have no concept of God at all, because it's something beyond my imagination, beyond my visualization. So I can't say that I experience God. I know that I've experienced myself.
that's it.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, Arun.
Hi, Ariaran. Lovely paper, and I think every paper on spiritualism always excites us. Ari, I want to ask you this. I could get a sense from your paper that truth retold is a lie. That's what you meant in number paper. I want to ask you, what is the role of a guru, according to you, for a seeker?
I see. I consider everyone as a guru, including animals, trees, everything. But as I told you, I should have a conviction. See, you get messages from all sources. There are some that convinces you. So I try to change my course depending on the convictions. Not necessarily take somebody as a guru. Maybe you walk on the street, you find something. Maybe some WhatsApp message influences your thought structure. Maybe something on the road influences your thought structure. So everything is a guru for you if you keep your mind open.
Okay, but do you have any guru whom you really feel has taken you
Honestly,
on the path of spirituality?
Praise has influenced me a lot, right from the first session. As I told you, in fact, in one of the first sessions, what he asked all the Miltonians is, in the MLC 1, first session, he asked, how many of you believe in God? So all the 32 of us raised our hand. Then he said, you buggers, you are lying. None of you believe in God. He said, then he asked us to write down what is God. Each of us started telling what is God. He knows everything. He can do that. If you tell wrong, he will punish you. He will send you to hell, heaven. Different people. There are 28 things. Then he asked, do you think all these things, yes, all of us. He said, don't you give false certificate? Don't you give false medical certificate? Don't you know God is seeing? That means it's a matter of convenience for you. Whenever you want, you can ignore God. Otherwise, when nothing is there, then you go to the God. I was convinced. I said, I'm faking. Now that's a great influence. There are so many things.
Thank you, Ari. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hariharan, congratulations on a well-written paper.
Thank you, boss.
I just want to ask one question. So you talked about conceptual God and the various religions, how they approached, etc. Would you say that for a seeker, it is good to start without any belief in God? Assume there's no God and then start off from that base. Or assume there's a God and search for the God. Which do you think is a better way?
See, it's not necessary that you need something to start. A culture has been created by communities. You follow this. The whole idea of religion is to see that they prepare a ground for you to evolve spiritually. Spiritually is nothing but, as she said, you consider everyone as part of the whole. That's the purpose of, you love, there is no hatred, those kinds of things. So religion has been created to see that, some of these tamasic gunas are removed, then, you develop those sattvic gunas. That was the idea of religion. Unfortunately, we have degenerated religion into something else. We have restricted to rituals. Now, my ritual is different from that ritual, then immediately we say that you are not this and that. So, I don't think there's a necessity for you to go through this process. Even without that also, you can evolve spiritually.
Okay, you're saying one can
Yes,
need not believe in God to begin with.
Not necessary. Not necessary. Because we don't know what God is.
Yeah.
None of us know what God is. Our mind cannot even think about, conceive God. Our intelligence is very little. See, the other day I was reading this thing, I think he was telling Amitabh Bachchan, one of the things, one girl with a blindfold, she is able to tell the color, all those things. When he asked how you are able to do it, she said, I was trained from 8 years to 15 years by one of the gentlemen, and it took me 7-8 years for me to get the smell of different colors, all those things. Similarly, to read things. Now, this is something which you and I can do it if you have that. But he says it should happen within 8 and 15 years. After 15, you cannot do that. There are so many things we are not able to even perceive or we are not sensitize ourselves to that. So God is something much beyond.
Thank you.
Yeah.
God bless you.
Thank you.
Jaya Chandran, Jaya Hariharan, here. Here, here.
There.
Yeah.
Uday.
I would request if you can speak little slow. Aparish is not able to.
Okay. Sure. I'll do that. Yeah, Mayur.
Yeah, excellent paper. Couple of observations before I ask you a question. You rightly said that God is not a matter of expression but experience, because we are limited. God is limitless, and with limited senses, we cannot, experience the unlimited, which we can do during the time of meditation when we reach to that stage. Perhaps this is what my understanding. Number one. Number two, you said that I decided to think on my own, then relying on borrowed thoughts. This is after quoting Mr. Vashwani.
Yeah.
Okay. And then again you are saying that during the satsang, you were influenced by various gurus, discourses, etc. How do you reconcile that?
No, when I say, see, I get information from all sources. I don't go off, it happens. I pick it up. Now I find if I'm convinced about that, I just bring about a change in me. You followed? Like, suppose I may read Bhagavad Gita, need not necessarily be guided by that.
Okay.
So because it's written by someone else, I don't have to take it as it is. But if there is something good happens, it's going to change me, I just do it.
So after you...
So I start thinking, even though it's written by someone else, not that I just totally ignore it or discard it, I take it, then if something, I read so many books, something, suddenly you find something, influences your thought structure, I take it.
Thank you.
But I think on my own. I just don't blindly follow.
Thank you.
That's what it is.
Hi, Mr. Hari.
Yeah, thank you.
It's a nice paper.
I was only worried about you.
Oh.
Yeah. No, fine, welcome.
Okay, we'll allow him to ask the question.
See, I'm still grasping this, so it's a nice paper. Okay, that's my initial thought. The question is, you started in 1989 from a conceptual understanding of God, and it's been 32 years.
Okay.
So I want to ask you, from the beginning of a conceptual understanding, where are you now, and what is your goal in the future? Where do you see yourself today, and what is your goal in the future?
See, I'm telling you, my thoughts may be different, maybe few years from now. It's an evolutionary process. There is no end to it. So I've grown over the period, but I know I'm on the right path. This much I know. And I can tell you that I've still not evolved. It goes on. Maybe somebody may be influenced. By the time I'm out of this convention after 3 days, I may be a changed person. It's possible. So I have no fixed target that this is what I'm going to do in 5 years from now. Spirituality, you cannot have such goals.
Yeah. So, from God you went to yourself, right?
Sorry, because I thought I'm speaking very fast. Yeah, tell me.
From God, we moved, Sanjay mentioned, have you experienced God? And he said, it's about myself, knowing myself. So, from a concept to knowing yourself, how do you see yourself today, in a sense?
I find I'm more free. There are less conflicts in me. I can see earlier I used to have a lot of conflicts. Once I'm putting myself in, there are conflicts. Once I'm out of that zone, I find less conflicts. I'm more at peace with myself. I'm clear about what I'm doing. Okay. And I just don't worry about what the world thinks about me.
Sure. Thank you.
It's my journey.
Sure. Thank you.
It's a wonderful technical favor.
Yeah, thank
Congratulations.
you. Thank
I have a question to ask. To realize the God, are you saying that we have to disconnect from ourselves from the materialistic world? Because the example what you quoted, the prince went for 6 months, then again 6 months, so total 2 years is out of the materialistic world. Is there a way to understand?
No, he was only sharpening his skills, that's all. See, there are many things which we are not able to see. When you are in silence, you're able to see. Now the prince will be in the materialistic world, but your perception will be totally different from what it was earlier. Exactly. So your perspective changes.
Exactly. That means to realize the God, that means we have to disconnect from the materialistic world If you go to, if you connect with the nature, then
No, to realize yourself, leave alone God. Even to realize yourself, we have not realized ourselves. So I'm not. You don't have to disconnect from the material world. That will be there. That's part of your living. But you should discriminate.
Right. Okay.
You will develop a discriminating faculty. To what extent I am controlled by the materialistic world? To what extent I am the master of the materialistic world? What is my requirement? That clarity you will get. The more you are in silence, the more you contemplate, you'll get more clarity on that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
I'll just take a minute to give some background note to what Sanjay Mansukani asked or what Magesh asked. See, spiritual journey is not for a weaker person. Spiritual journey is for a courageous person. You must be able to commit yourself to the spiritual journey when you want to shift from believing to seeking. Mentor Apresh has very categorically defined the process of spiritual journey. First, we must understand that. First step is awakening. Second is purgation. Third is illumination. Fourth is unification. That is the experiencing the God. Are we willing to commit ourselves to go through these first three steps to experience Him? To put it in a different dimension, again, Mentor Apresh has said, we have to evolve in our thought structures. Right now, our mind is constantly in a disturbed or confused or fearful at tamasic level. Then we have to come up to the next level of rajasic thought structure. That means we gain dynamism. Then we have to further evolve to the sattvic thought structure where we uproot selfishness in all our dynamic activities. Are we committing for that? The key value, human value, what we have to develop is renunciation. Am I willing to renounce this world to experience Him? That is the question for us. And again, should I renounce the world to experience Him? Then what will happen to me? What happened to Swami Vivekananda? What happened to Ramakrishna Paramahamsa? When you are in this world, your circle of influence is your home or a city or maximum a country. But when you experience Him, your circle of influence is the whole universe. So we must have the courage to walk the journey. It is not just talking about the journey, and it will happen only in baby steps. It's a process.
Just like to know, how do you differentiate between Guru and Govind? It's
Guru
God and Guru. God and Guru. Guru and Govind. God and Guru. It is usually said, Guru bin jnana nahi. And then we have to accept what the Guru says. Is it right? Or as you say, that only I accept whatever I feel is right, I just take that much. How can you say that the other thing what he has said is not right?
I did not say what others say is not right.
Not others say.
What I feel right, I take it.
And that's what.
Probably others may find it right. If I find it is wrong, I don't take it. I have got clarity in that.
Okay.
Absolutely, I have no confusion on that.
Each one can take whatever they want, they feel like, whichever they feel it is right, they can accept it.
Yeah, that's each one. But this thing is, see, it's a beautiful life. It's a one-time opportunity. I don't believe in this rebirth, all those things. It may be that it may not be there. None of us know about it. This one wonderful life God has given. There is no place for hatred. There is no place for separation between us. And it's a wonderful life. As I written last thing, all of us come into this world without knowing what life is. And large majority of us leave this earth without understanding what life is. We have not understood our life. We are so much caught up in our materialist things. See, materialist things, it lasts for a few minutes, few seconds, that's all. Whether you eat, whether you have sex, anything, it's all for a few minutes, that's all. But so much of time, energy, everything we spend on that.
But all that is needed.
Now we hardly have time for these things, trying to understand our own life. It's a wonderful journey, I'm telling you. People may look this fellow as a fool. Don't worry about it, it's your life. I'm telling you, there is absolutely, I have less conflicts in me. I am at peace with myself. There's so much harmony in me. And I find that without you're influencing people get influenced by you also. That happens. It's not necessarily we do it with that purpose. It happens. I find my wife getting influenced by me. I don't force it on her. But at some stage, she's able to something in that. It happens.
Thank you.
Thank you.
First of all, thank you so much. It's been a great technical paper. My father wrote OKAY. I typed OK. My daughter is just sending the letter K. So the millennials, especially at this generation, do not have the patience what earlier generations had, because they have been exposed to multiple options that they want to jump on. How to inculcate this particular concept of seeking amongst the millennials? If you could show some light, it would be great.
Now, one thing is, have you become a seeker?
Yes, I am.
See, what I'm telling is, don't worry about others. It's your journey. Spiritual journey is an individual journey. We're not here as a social reformers to change the people around us. No. Let the children get influenced by you. I'm telling you, my daughter gets influenced by me without my forcing it on her. My son gets influenced by that. Maybe the degree may vary. I find my own colleagues around me, they get influenced by me. Though my intention is not to influence them. I'm changing myself.
Thank you. Thanks.
Hariharan, here. I couldn't resist myself but to, appreciate you when, I'm sure you must have experienced God. But when someone asked you, did you experience God? You said no. And I'm so glad, because had you said yes, you would have given another version of God. And to me, you are a much evolved person or better evolved person than those who are defining God. Thank you.
Don't think so. There are so many who are keeping quiet, that's all. Yeah.
Sanjay said he was inquiring that you experience God. Is it only that, Madake, I don't understand tamas or rajas or anything like that. I'm a simple man, I have experienced God. Uday, when you are just thinking, closing your eyes, you have got peace in your mind. And when you smile on your face, He is there, you are experiencing Him. Believe me, it is not that Madake is there. And you will experience yourself. Most of the time, what happens, electricity pass nahi ho raha hai, अरे तो लग तो लगा, उसके बाद switch on कर तो सही, उसके बाद तुम्हारा ये experience करो कि current pass होता है कि नहीं.
I will ask you one question.
Yes, please.
What do you mean by God? You said you experienced God. What do you mean by God?
See, it is very difficult to experience. But when you experience the happiness in yourself, even in your peace, and a smile comes on your face,
You are
I feel
experiencing yourself.
I have touched Him.
You are experiencing your actual self. You are experiencing your actual self, because none of us can conceive God.
Of course, it's very difficult. It's very difficult to conceive God.
That's what.
He is.
So when you have no concept of God, you can't experience that.
I have experience in what way? While praying also, I have experience. Most of the time, during my hard days of my life, कि कल मेरे को किसी को पैसा देना, I don't have anything in my pocket. I used to get up at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock in the night. I used to have my bath and pray my namaz. And during that time, my body used to shiver and I used to feel, what God is and where I am. And still He looks as if He is beside me. And He has answered all my prayers. And whatever I have asked for, and I have got blessed with it.
I'll tell you,
Haji.
Each of us have our own God. If God is one, my God is Brahma, someone's God is Allah, someone's God is Holy Father. See, all of us have different God in our own way. We don't have a common God.
No, I do believe in only one God. Whether you call Ishwar or a God or Allah, kuch bhi bolo, He is only one who has created everybody. He has created all the religions of this. We have created the religions. He has not created the religions.
If you really believe in God, experience God, then why do we tell lies? Why do we do all kinds of this nonsense?
I hardly take lies. I don't tell lies.
I'm not telling about you in general. I'm telling you in general. Most of us. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Hariharan, just Sagir, I entirely agree with you. You told that when you are sitting down and praying or experiencing the quieter moments, you are really in your elements. Yes, true. But in our day-to-day life, to enjoy that 5 seconds or 1 minute, what was the quality of your conduct of your life, balance 23? That matters a lot to experience that moment of silence or peace for this thing. So Swami Chinmayananda says, to enjoy your good quality of half an hour meditation, what matters is your rest 23.5 hours, how you are connecting with the world. So our focus should be on that.
Yes, what you are saying is right. It is only an experience, you know. आपको experience करना है. You cannot, I cannot give my experience to you. You have to experience yourself.
I understand, but you have to develop the entitlement. That entitlement is more important. That is the pursuit of our individual lonesome spiritual journey.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Narasimhan from Chennai chapter. Hari, you wrote that you are from believer to seeker. During this process, I believe that you have evolved and you are evolving. Do you find any change in the perception of seeing the world? And if it is yes, what is that?
See, new knowledge always gives a different perspective, I think. When you have new knowledge, you look at people in a different way. As a HR person, initially, I was very strict, all those things. After doing MILT course, the same incident, my perspective changes how I handle the situation. I'll tell you an example. The cases when sometimes I used to get upset about certain things. Then immediately I remember Operation sharing in one of the MILT classes. There's a boy born to pickpocket and prostitute on the Fort Bombay streets. The child sees daily the parents doing these kinds of things, and he thinks that is the way to live. There's another boy who is born to very good parents. He doesn't tell lies, he doesn't take non-veg, he doesn't drink all those things. Now, because of this fellow is a category, they come and meet in the college. Now, both had, they're saying, what is this? You don't even know life. You don't have sex. You don't have non-veg. You don't drink. The other guy says, no. No, Appa said, the same boy was born in that family. His thinking would have been different. No, that gave me a different perspective. And somebody behaves like that. If you are there, you would have done in the same way. So my perspective of looking at things changed. This is what happens.
Okay, thank you.
We have time for last 2 questions only.
Aparesh many times used to say, somebody asked the question, what is the role of the Guru? Aparesh so very beautifully said once, Guru is like that traffic constable, He tells you, you want to go to this particular place? Come, I shall take you. And then he shows you the way. That is the door. You go in. I have no pass. That is the role of the Guru. He just guides you. That's all. And then somebody asked another question that, do we have to really give up the world for that? Again, Milt gives an answer. Trusteeship. We enjoy the world as a trustee. That's all. If I'm a trustee, I really enjoy the world, but I am not of the world then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Hariharan, I'm here. You're saying, is there God elsewhere and we are here? Or is God in? Is God a duality that God is there and we are here? Or is God within us?
As I told you, I'm repeating, I have no concept of God. I know there is some power is there. I can't define it, whether it has got a form, all those things. My simple thing is, your life becomes much better when you evolve spiritually. Whether there is God or there is no God,
Okay. So what we are calling as God is a source of energy, isn't it? God is a source of energy.
There is something. There is
Yeah,
something
exactly.
which
God,
which I do not
creator
wish
of
to give
life,
it.
operator
See,
of
what's
life.
happening is most of us are led in our life by definitions. Everything we define. If you says what kind of a wife I would like to have, fair looking, you think fair is beautiful. Not necessarily. When you recruit somebody, if somebody speaks very good English, you say this fellow is intelligent. English is equal to intelligence. If I speak, nasty English, you say this fellow is good for nothing. But he may be really good. For a Hindu, he's a Pakistani is bad. Not necessarily. There are so many good Muslims there. There are so many bad Hindus here. But my mind is so conditioned. Everything goes by definitions. So, we will have to come out of definitions. For instance, Marwadi is aisa hai, Bengali aisa hai, Tamilian aisa hai. Everything we define, and we put everybody in that slot. That's the problem with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Milton Hariharan, for the fantastic presentation. Let's give him a thundering applause. Come on, guys. Woo! Congratulations. And now it's time for us to take a quick coffee break and get back in exactly 15 minutes from now for our next energy-packed session. So please be here back by 4:15. Thank you. switch this on? Hello? Yeah, it's on. Oh, found it, sorry. Just run. Can we all settle down, please? I'm counting from 10 to 1. 10, 8, 7, 1. Woo! Whoever is coming last occasion is going to sponsor the dinner. Keep your eyes at the door. Woo! Chennai! Kolkata! Kolkata! Kolkata is absent? Woo-hoo! Woo-hoo! Where is Chennai? Hands up. Pune, hands up. Let's give it up. Okay, well. Hope the time was enough to stretch, eat, drink, and empty your systems. No. All right. Now for the last but most exciting agenda of the day. It said that to convince someone to believe in you is the most challenging. And that's exactly what our competitors to convince competition on social issues. Woo! And now I'm going to take a seat in that order in the competitors gallery. My first goal goes to the... My second call goes to, from the Bengaluru chapter, Miltonian Grehadara. Miltonian to, from the Middle East chapter. From the Bengaluru chapter, Miltonian Dwij Sheth. From the Pune chapter, Miltonian Swati Parak. From the Chennai chapter, Miltonian M. Chandrasekhar. Okay. Competitors, please note. From the Mumbai chapter, Miltonian Aruna Giri. Woo! The timer for the competition is Miltonian's Chetan Sheth. And the judge for the competition is our accredited trainer, Daniel Jacob. Competitors, please note the judging criteria for the competition. Confidence and flow of presentation, 10 points. Reliving and honesty, 10 points. Force and conviction, 10 points. Technical, getting yes, yes, and yes response, and delving on the subject, 10 points. Time, 10 points. There will be a warning bell at 100 seconds that will sound like this. And the final bell at 120 seconds that will sound like this. Not like that. Request everyone in the audience to please maintain complete silence. If there are any children making noise, please take them outside. Members, please don't walk around, move around behind while the competitors are talking here. Competitors, ready? Yes. Ready? Yes. Judge and timekeeper, ready? Yes. Delegates, ready? Yes. Whoa! So let's begin. First competitor from the Kolkata chapter, Miltonian Sanjay Mansukani.
Friends, I'm sure we all have limiting habits, don't we? Yes. And we would want them to be kicked away, is it not? And we will put our best effort to do it. Do you agree? Yes. Fine, friends. I was a chain smoker for 16 years, smoking 30 cigarettes a day. And at the time of my getting married, I committed to Sunita, my wife, that I will quit smoking. 9 years passed to my marriage. I was unable to quit, despite my best efforts. I felt like a creep, totally frustrated, completely dejected. And then I went to Delhi for an exhibition. There a friend told me, Sanjay, with spiritual practice, you will be able to quit smoking. I looked at him with complete disbelief. He smiled and said, Sanjay, have faith. Then he initiated me into a spiritual practice, which I did for 2 days. And then a miracle happened. I quit smoking. That very day, I had boarded a train for Kolkata. And surprisingly, my bogie had only 4 people. All 4 were smokers. And they kept on smoking in front of me all through the journey. I passed those 17 hours without smoking. Friends, spiritual practices are the most powerful thing in the entire creation. If you have a burning desire and you do it with complete faith, then magic happens. Miracles happen. Thank you.
From the Bengaluru chapter, Miltonian Grahadurai.
A good primary education is the foundation for a better future, isn't it? Yes. Education is the most powerful weapon to change the world, isn't it? Yes. Education is the basic right of every child in our country, isn't it? Yes. There are so many villages in our country where quality primary education is still not available. We Miltonians recently prepared a detailed project report to make our Mill Charitable Primary School at Shimuntala a model primary school and a center of excellence. We also appointed a qualified educator from Asim Premji University as a project head. Holistic development of the child and capacity building of the teachers were the initial goals set. In just a matter of 4 months, Mill Primary School became a wonder. It put a big smile on the face of more than 100 rural children and their totally illiterate parents. Mill is committed to scale up this project and transform the educational infrastructure in villages in and around Shimuntala. Friends, by providing quality education in rural India, we help them to be self-reliant, create better livelihood opportunities for people, and improve their economic status. Let us use education as a weapon in our hand to redeem our rural India from poverty, illiteracy, gender discrimination, poor employability, poor awareness on health and hygiene, and uncertain agricultural income. Quality primary education is the biggest gift what we can offer to every child in rural India and build them as responsible citizens for tomorrow. This will make every village to participate in the story of making our nation a developed India. We can and we should.
Chetan, please keep that door closed and nobody is not during the competition, please. No movement. From the Pune chapter, Miltonian, Nitin Sawant.
Everyone wants to be financially secure, isn't it? Yes. Do you want money to be available when you need it? Yes. Do you want to live happy life? Yes. During my childhood, I was studying one of the best school in Mumbai till A standard. My father had a good job and good earning from part-time job and business. We had a good lifestyle in Mumbai. Because of sudden job loss and bad financial decisions, my entire family left Mumbai and shifted back to my native place, Sangli. My father stayed back in Mumbai and worked as a taxi driver. This incidents, from riches to rigs, impact me a lot. I took up as a challenge and complete my education in MBA Finance with the help of education loan. That was the time I realized what went wrong in my family 10 years back. That was the time I realized it was a lack of financial planning. Data shows financial goals like own retirement, child higher education, and marriages. Others get an panic situation when emergency arises in their life. There are 10% suicides happen in India due to financial stress, according to National Bureau of Crime India. Financial planning give you a systematic analysis of your financial goals and implementing the action plan to achieve it. It ensures your money works for your financial goals. Financial planning gives you right amount at the right time in the right hands. It gives you a complete peace of mind and happiness. So friends, do your financial planning as early as possible and avoid the financial mistakes that my family made in my childhood. Thank you.
From the Chennai chapter, Miltonian, Dhruv Jain.
Sunlight is free for all of us, isn't it? We all must be environment friendly. Am I right? And in doing so, we all want to save money, isn't it? Then the one sure way is to adopt for renewable solar energy. Accessing this power from the natural sources makes a lot more sense than paying for it indirectly to thermal energy plants. According to a study conducted in 2016, it was found that an investment today and an installation of solar power panels is much more cost effective and efficient than a comparable investment in coal or natural gases or fossil fuels. By doing so, it will reduce our dependence on fossil fuels and it will increase our energy security. I, for myself, have been in the solar space, and a friend of mine from Chennai has installed a 5 kilowatt solar power in his house, and his entire family today is so happy as it has reduced their bill from 12,000 rupees to 1,000 rupees a month. Today, friends, this should be the Indian mindset. Go solar, go green. Go solar, be environment friendly. Go solar, get the best. If you're not convinced, come over to my room at 660 and you will see that from the window view, I can see 30 solar power panels that are already installed here in Andheri, in Mumbai. Friends, I am really excited. I'm really convinced that going solar is going to be the next and the best investments in India. So go solar and free yourself and become a hassle-free India. Thank you.
From the Middle East chapter, Miltonian Karthik Arumugam.
Friends, we all eat at least 2 meals a day, isn't it? Yes. No farmers, no food. Would you agree with me? Yes. If farmers are the one who's feeding us, shouldn't we celebrate them? Yes. But are we? No. Instead, we are killing them. With farmers, agriculture also shrinking day by day. We negotiate with street-side vendor for 2 rupees. But we shut our mouth and pay 10 times more to the air-conditioned supermarket. Uludundu valvare valvar, mattrellam, toludundu pin silver. The meaning of this couplet is, only the farmers lead an independent life, and rest all of us are dependent on them. Farming is a superior profession in this universe. But generation after generations, farmers remain poor. How are we going to pay back our debt? To start with, as much as possible, stop buying from the supermarket. Instead, buy your vegetables and provisions from the local farmers and street-side vendors. If you have some surplus money, buy some farmland instead of buying an apartment for millions. Encourage the local farming. I am from an agricultural family in a small village in Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. To my knowledge, we have been farming for more than 4 generations. With the help of my parents and well-wishers from our village, we are moving towards natural farming. I have been contributing to the NGOs who restores the lakes and river farming. Come on, friends, let us do our part to support the farmers. After all, they are doing such a noble profession to keep you and me alive. Save the world to save the farmers. Save the farmers to save the world.
From the Mumbai chapter, Rahul Gavankar.
Gloria.
Friends, India got freedom in 1947. Isn't it true? Yes. Many freedom fighters were brutally beaten by the Britishers. Isn't it right? Yes. And this was a violence. Do you all agree with me? Yes. In 1857, we fought our first freedom war under the leadership of Rani Lakshmibai. And the same was concluded in 1945 by Azad Hind Sena Supremo, Dr. Subhash Chandra Bose, who wrote, "Tum mujhe khoon do, main tumhe azadi dunga." During these 88 years, many warriors kept this holy fire burning and alive. And this was the longest combat in the world's history. Many youngsters were brutally tortured and beaten till death in the British prisons. Then my point is, why we have been so hypocritic and telling the world that they di hame azadi, bina khadaga, bina dhal? That means we got the freedom without fighting? Why? Yes, we cannot disown the role of great tools like Satyagraha and non-violence given by great Gandhiji. But don't you think that this is the only glorified history? How can we forget the sacrifices of great sons of this motherland like Bhagat Singh and Chandrasekhar Azad, who fought with swords and guns to make our India free from the clutches of British Empire? If we would have flaunted this fact globally, accepted this, and walked on the same principles, then India would have been much better and stronger country. No country like China would ever dare to encroach our land. Friends, let us correct ourselves and tell the world that yes, non-violence has played equal and important role to get the freedom to our India. We fought, we won, and we snatched the freedom and not begged for it. Jai Hind!
From the Kolkata chapter, Miltonian Gaurav Begwani.
We all love our Mother Earth, isn't it? Yes. We all want a clean and green earth, don't we? Yes. And we all wish to be responsible citizens. Am I right? Yes. You all say yes, but we are happy to turn a blind eye when it comes to plastic pollution, which has already become a global problem. Unless we are convinced about how huge and enormous this problem is, we'll never be able to contribute towards its remedy. Almost all plastic items are single-use items that land up in trash and eventually in drains, rivers, and oceans. Though plastics are photodegradable, but they may take years and centuries to break down completely, while on the other hand, an equivalent of 1 truckload of plastic waste enters the ocean every minute. Every minute, my friends. There are about more than 5.5 trillion plastic particles in the ocean. That's about 13 times the stars in our galaxy. That's how huge it is. And that means our ecosystem is breaking down. More than 800 species are affected, extinct, dead, or starving by consuming plastic debris. Even more alarming, 83% of all drinking water contains microplastic that affects our health. I, for one, have moved completely from plastic bottles to either glass or metal bottles. I always carry a reusable shopping bag. No plastic razors, no plastic toothbrush, no plastic straws. Friends, reduce, reuse, recycle is the mantra, and you can do it too. You need to be the change you want in the society. Every little bit counts. Everything you do has an impact. Let's do our bit responsibly.
From the Bengaluru chapter, Miltonian Dwij Sheth.
must make India a corruption-free country, isn't it? Yes. We need to be the change that we wish to see in the world, isn't it? Yes. It is the responsibility of every individual to eradicate corruption from its roots, isn't it? Yes. According to the latest Corruption Perseverance Index, India is coveted as the most corrupt nation in Asia. 63% people reported that they fear retaliation if they choose to stand against it. Our government in the past few years has taken some massive steps by means of digitization and setting up of central regulatory authorities to ensure transparency of operations. These initiatives have significantly reduced the number of corruption cases happening in government offices. But what about the corruption happening at the ground level? During the initial days of lockdown at my grandmother's home in Bangalore, I noticed that the gas delivery person was not having the main receipt for the gas cylinder. And on top of it, he was demanding around 100 rupees extra, quoting delivery charges. I agreed to pay the amount, but asked him to give me a proper receipt. To which the person started threatening that he will stop all the deliveries in the building. The neighbors, instead of fighting the matter out, started arguing with us. Since I had noticed similar issues happening at other places as well, I decided not to encourage it and took the matter up with the company. It took them around a week to resolve the issue. But from that day onwards, the delivery started happening with proper receipts and no extra charges. Friends, corruption is not just limited to acceptance of bribes, but also includes dishonesty and other fraudulent practices. If we as individuals fail to do our part in stopping these practices, it will keep on snowballing over time. So let's each and every one of us take charge to fight against corruption and build a strong nation.
From the Pune chapter, Miltonian Swati Parak.
Has pandemic made you more aware about health? Yes. Do you want to know the secrets about being healthy? Yes. Do you want to have a stressful life? Yes. In the last 2 years, health has become the talk of most homes. The awareness about health has increased tremendously, where people have become more health conscious. People have taken to exercises like running, walking, cycling, trekking, and yoga. Yoga became more popular during the pandemic as it was the only indoor exercise and a holistic exercise. I'm an ardent follower of yoga and practicing it since my childhood. I make it a point to practice it regularly, at least for 15 to 20 minutes. Recently, I met with an accident where I happened to fracture my 3 ribs and the collarbone. Doctors said it would take around 6 to 8 weeks for recovery. But by the 3rd week, I was doing all my household chores, doing my yoga, and attending my clinic. Yoga improves your flexibility and strength. It boosts your metabolism and circulation. It improves your immunity and therefore keeps you away from diseases. It not only helps you physically, but mentally, it relaxes, de-stresses, and above all, improves the quality of sleep. According to the International Yoga Federation, around 300 million people practice yoga globally. This figure has increased to more than 50% since the pandemic. Yoga is going to be the best way for a well-being. So friends, start practicing yoga daily. Yoga adds years to your life and life to your years.
From the Chennai chapter, Miltonian M. Chandrasekhar.
Human life is the most
precious thing. Don't you all agree? Yes. We should live our life to the fullest. Am I right? Yes. No one would love to see their near and dear ones committing suicide, isn't it? Yes. Friends, the World Health Organization reveals about 800,000 people are committing suicide every year around the world. You know what? That's one person every 40 seconds. And hear this out, the most painful fact. Suicide is the leading cause amongst the death of youth around the globe. Every suicide is a tragedy. I personally witnessed when one of my team members committed suicide on 24th December 2020. For the reason, simple, he picked up a verbal fight over the phone with his spouse. After all the trauma that he created, the entire family went to a shocker of their life. I still remember the most disturbing scenes when his body arrived at the home. Both the families, the boy and the spouse, started to fight with each other, curse each other. And no one, literally no one, could console the father who was crying out loud with pain, anguish, despair, and anger. With all the technology and advancement in science, friends, our emotional quotient went skyrocketing, leaving the intellectual quotient ruling the world. Trust me, the only way out, which I am thoroughly convinced, is to build on the emotional quotient. For that, you need to spend quality time with your family and friends and make this world a better place to live.
From the Mumbai chapter, Miltonian Aruna Giri.
Check. Health is a real wealth, am I right? Yes. In the COVID-19 pandemic, each one of us have realized the value of good health. Isn't it true? Yes. For any human being to enjoy good health, he needs to have a disciplined fitness regime. Isn't it true? Yes. We human beings have been blessed with this most sophisticated, magnificent human body. This body is a vehicle in the journey of your life. The quality of your journey depends upon the quality of this vehicle. Unfortunately, this vehicle cannot take care of itself, and it requires a disciplined fitness regime to keep it in the peak state. Friends, unfortunately, across the globe, and more so in our country, we don't have a disciplined structure of fitness, because of which India today has become the diabetic capital of the world, and we rank among the lowest in the health quality index. Friends, seeing this great situation, the NRI leadership of the MILT community thought of coming out with a personal, holistic well-being system. We had three objectives. The first one was to create the awareness among the people about the importance of health and exercise. The second was to have a regime wherein you can invest 1 hour per day for taking care of your health. And third is to build a set of health facilitators who can facilitate this particular health regime. In the last 1 year, we have done 10 batches and covered almost 1,250 families whom we have trained them on meditation, pranayama, and yogic exercises. And it has been a great success. But unfortunately, this number is too small. We as Miltonians have to come together to spread this awareness. Thereby, we can build a community which is robust, vibrant, prosperous, and healthy. Thank you.
Let's give a huge round of applause to our competitors. That was a super round of competition. And the bar is only going to be going up, up, and up. have two important announcements to make. If any Miltonians sharing a room with their children want an extra room, it is available with an extra cost. Please get in touch with Lakshmanan. And the second is, if anyone would like to be a part of the fitness program, should meet at the swimming pool area tomorrow morning at 6:15 to 7:15. You'll be there? My dear friends, cultures. Okay, what is this? Okay. There are some lost and found items, a mobile phone, sunglasses, bags. Finders will be keepers after half an hour. Okay, my dear friends, the time has come to bid you adieu. You all have been a fantastic audience, and I have thoroughly enjoyed every moment being an MC for you today. Thank you all very much for all your cheer and love. The day is not over yet as we begin the next joyride at 7 p.m. The Milt Culturals. Till then, this is me, Fatima Gabajiwala, signing off for the day. See you at 7 right here in heaven. Thank you. Woo!
check this. Check this. Hey, check. Hey, this. Hey. Check. Hey. Hey. Check. Hey. Check. Hey.
तो ये हमारा मेरा कराओके भी ओन बाय किसी का नहीं कराओके का जो मेरा ट्रैक है ओन बाय किसी का ट्रैक हाँ तो ओन बाय तो फ्री ट्रैक है वो फ्री रहता है ट्रैक उसको कौन क्लेम करेगा